Hello everyone, this is your faithful Amanda Splatts, the Desert Eagle of Flavor. Hey, just double checking my model. I don't think it's picking up the audio. Alright, okay, now I'm moving. I've been unplugging the microphone between streams. There, now I'm schmoving. My lips are schmoving with my movement. Cause I use V-Magic Mirror, lowest possible intensity settings, which means my head just kind of automatically moves, and it makes my mouth move. Like, I know you're not fucking looking at me, and that's cool, because this is one of the streams that's kind of designed for you not to look at the screen, because you look at the screen, you're just gonna see fucking words. You're gonna see words, and you're gonna see some dumb bitch in the corner making those words emerge. I'm gonna be doing a lot, like, I got so much shit planned next 2 days. I hope the weather complies, man. There's been a worry that the weather might not comply. It might cut into the 2 collaborative streams. Maybe the golf one. I'll let you know. Worst comes to worst, I got like 5 gigs of I got like 5 gigs of hotspot. I don't know how long that'd let me stream though. But for precautionary measures, I would I'll be downloading songs for the karaoke. Salute. Back in the day, I used to drink this all the time when I streamed. Celsius Oasis vibe. It's sparkling lime and prickly pear. It's really fucking good. I mean, obviously, I initially bought it back in the day because the whole desert vibe thing. But it's real fucking good, man. Real fucking good. So why 3 a.m.? Why 3 a.m.? This is where Sandy got started. Sandy, I believe she was actually started with the series of missives at 3 a.m. with no audio whatsoever. It was a square video. Set the resolution to 666 by 666 because she was supposed to be initially something completely different, and it was just background like restaurant background or howling wind background, and it was just her typing. Like, I expected almost nobody to be there, just typing at 3 a.m. Try to do some mysterious shit. That's how Sandy got her start. As some kind of weird, creepy thing. And then she got folded into the whole universe, became the secondary character on this channel. And the lore kind of sprung from her. And I've kind of been scattershot with her, I'll admit. I've just had her kind of there to be whatever and do whatever the story needs. I've not developed her as a character that much. And it took working on the war in Mahavre, the thing that tainted the land in the first place. It took working on that in order for me to start actually solidifying what she is. I want to do that today. There are a few questions in the story of Mahavre, overarching ones that are going to dictate the ending. We answered one of those, or I answered rather one of those, on the 4th of July with a little lore video, a little lore speech by Sandy. Is how is Amanda going to get her soul back from San Ruby? The answer is, trick question, she never had it. She was just lying to Amanda in order to keep her subservient and keep her studying. But after watching her and following her for like around 15 years, she's realized, no, whatever happened to Amanda, she won't be able to replicate it. And she won't be able to use it to fix herself or to fix the land. So if Amanda is indeed the key to fixing Mahavre, it's going to be something Amanda does, not who she is. And it's going to be Takeen of the Water Bears, the Native American agent, who is untainted by Mahavre because she was sent here from the past by the gods, completely skipping the war. It's going to be her driving it forward and not San Ruby. Takeen, a character actually created by with the community, with Jinx mostly, on one of these writing streams. I don't expect anyone to show up at 3 in the morning for a fucking creating writer stream. I'm not. This is for me. This is me using this opportunity to sort some things out in my head, to sort some things out in the story, get a couple of minor characters out there, and then just have revelation. Because at the end of each writing stream, I always read over what I wrote. Just to make sure it's all cohesive. And that's great for y'all, because if y'all don't want to wake up at 3 a.m. for a fucking writing stream, that's cool. Check the VOD, go right to the end, and read the story. But I hope people enjoy the process. I hope people enjoy the process. I do. That's why I talk things out and don't just write them off screen and then like post the writings. That's why I do them live. And occasionally people have great fucking ideas. Because the Amanda Splatts project is a collaborative effort, man. Like, I'm the author driving the whole thing. But it really is a collaborative effort with my community and the people of FlaVR. Although, I've had to pull back a little bit from having the actual FlaVR members be such an important part of the story. And try to focus a little more. Not because I don't like them. Like, Malone is going to be an integral part of Amanda's story going forward. Shoko is going to be an integral part of Amanda's story going forward. Sensoka is going to be an integral part of Amanda's story going forward, etc. But it's a problem I realized. Problem I realized for some time is that Amanda hasn't had a lot of character development. Like, she's kind of got the hit harem protagonist syndrome where it's not about her. It's about the people around her doing cool shit and the characters in her periphery doing cool shit. Not Amanda herself. Like, even the last one, the Revelation one, where she was supposed to end up doing some cool shit, she just kind of passed out out of fucking visions and almost fucking died in the old waterways. I want to actually do something with Amanda as it pertains to Amanda's story. But then I kind of thought, Amanda really does get more character development than anyone else, because Amanda's streaming 95% of the time. Like, may not be able to write Amanda as much as a character, have her doing that much in actual stories themselves. But you see growth in the streams and everything. Kirby the Star Warrior and Pimkin Gaming Hyman. Hello, hey, thank you for stopping by, new face. My name is Amanda Splatts. I'm a creative writer, degenerate gambler. I live in Mahavre, which is a strange desert town, a strange desert place that has been rocked by an ancient eldritch war. And I am kind of haunted, kind of followed by someone claiming to be a coyote spirit. I was gonna. Today's story, the thing I'm going to work on today is a conversation. I'm Star Wars up here. Just, hey, good for you, man. The story I wanted to work on today is. It's gonna assume that you know the story of Mahavri. It's gonna assume that you know about Amanda and everything. I'm not gonna be doing a whole. I'm gonna try to do some recap because I know we're probably gonna get new viewers in just because of the time and because of the hype over the anniversary and everything. But this is really gonna be a kind of a big one. Just grabbing a drink. I don't like to splurge a lot. I don't like to spend a lot of money on drinks. But I did it for this. I got some. How are you doing? I'm doing great, my man. Thank you for asking. I'm trying to get into my head. You look like a very family-friendly channel, my dude. So I'll warn you, there's going to be some dark stuff that comes up. Like, if the story goes as I think it's going to go, we're going to be covering some very dark topics. So, heads up. I'm just trying to get a little mouth feel. I splurged on getting the what do you fucking call it? The killer water. Liquid Death. I don't get it's twice as expensive as getting actual soda. But I went ahead and splurged on it. I got the Killer Cola and the Dr. Death. It's weird. They're water, but they actually taste like soda. They actually taste like soda. It's fucking weird. Okay, so QRD. Amanda Splatts, about 15 or so years ago, she was a roadkill. Run over by an isekai truck in the desert. The desert of Mahavri. Since the isekai truck was the one that ran her over, she became a human. But she was still run over. And her bloody corpse was crawling on her forearms through the desert. And ended up coming to the cave of a woman who claimed to be a coyote spirit by the name of Sand Ruby. Sand Ruby offered to heal her up and let her live again in exchange for Amanda's soul, and Amanda agreed. So Amanda, for the last 15 years, has been wandering through the desert, and this coyote spirit has been following her and watching her, insulting her, threatening her, cajoling her, comforting her. A real home mommy dearest type of situation. And Sand Ruby has even streamed on this channel before. So, yeah. If you're interested in following up on the story, look up any of the creative writing streams I've done. The main ones are when Amanda met Sand Ruby and Revelations. You read those two stories, you're gonna get the full gist. And at the end of the story, if you don't want to watch the whole stream, I do read everything I write at the end of the story. Your relationship. I'm not familiar with them, man. I'm a huge fucking weeb, but I don't think I'm familiar with them. So we had the revelation that, so that there's that. Now we know San Ruby's been lying to Amanda about a lot, and it's only because of Takeen, the Native American secret agent woman, that Amanda's actually gotten some real answers. Like, she's had the trips. Like, they're not drug trips. But they're supposed to be kind of inspired by drug trips. Peyote and stuff. No, she just had these visions because she was passed out and about to dehydrate in the desert and the waterways. But the big question is, the desert of Mahavra used to be a beautiful place. It used to be a sacred place where the gods walked with the people. But then the water that went through the subterranean system underneath Mahavra dried up. And then there were eldritch wars fought between eldritch beasts and a combination of the Red Desert Army, which was a local militia, and the government military. And the wars against the things of eldritch origin and losing the water, losing the sacred place, were so horrible that it broke and bent time. That there are metaphysical scars all across Mahavra that have still yet to heal, like 15 plus years later. So, I'm almost tempted to pull up one of the videos to give you some history. Yeah, you know what? I think I'll do that. I blocked out like 6 hours for this. I'll start with a little lore video. No, my bad. I closed Brave. But basically, it's like, yeah, there's a war. We're starting to recover from that war. And now Amanda is here. Amanda is kind of a interloper. The reason why Amanda is so important to the story of Mahavra, even though she's relatively new, is that she missed the entire war. She's looking at the situation with fresh eyes. She's a new face. Had to deal with her own evils. And the horrible things that have happened to her while wandering in the desert for 15 years. Before finding FlaVR a year ago. Before finding camaraderie. Before finding people she cared about and people that cared about her. Because it's just been her family, her adoptive family, the Splatts Reservation, and San Ruby, this eldritch coyote god. So I was trying to, like, I'm so happy I get a lot of new viewers, a lot of new listeners in, but y'all are about to listen to the season finale of a show that's been going on for a year. I'll try to include a little, I know I'm going to get some new people in with Mollington and everything, and streaming at like 3 in the morning. So I'll try to include a little backstory here and there, but I'm kind of writing the season finale, not series finale. No, I got plans to extend this at least another year. Because I plan on doing these writing streams at least once a month, if not more. And so far, I've been pretty good with that. And at some point, I wanted to just go ahead and do maybe a pre-recorded video where I just read everything I've done so far. Just kind of the story so far type of thing. I might do that later this week. So where we are right now is that Amanda, psychologically right now, is freer than she's ever been. And has had more, and by the way, I don't care about the fucking pronouns. I know this comes up every time. I'm a male VA portraying a female character. He, him, she, her, either one is fine. Just don't be a fucking dick about it. So, we are gonna... I've been having a little problem getting Amanda's head, though. I am Amanda, yes, I'm also the writer behind Amanda. It's complicated. Like, I know, like, my fans, my watchers, they're smart enough to determine whether I'm in character or whether I'm behind the scenes, although I will specifically say I am the author, if necessary, if I think something might be necessary. And the just chatting wrap-up streams I do here and there are also done by the viewpoint of the author. Usually the writing streams are also done by the author as well, out of character. Like I said, I like my fan base because they're generally smart enough to know when something's in character and when it's not. Alright, so usually when I write something like this, I start with the location, setting up the location. And the location where this uncomfortable conversation was going to be has changed a couple times in my head. Still kind of mulling over it. I gotta stop mulling over things though. I'm live. I gotta start getting shit done. I'm live. Got a ton of shit going on today too. Fire Pro Wrestling at 10 o'clock. Where it's New York State of Mind, the next PLE. 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. tonight, we got a hell of a collab with Joker Minato and Cara Malone, Babaniku Summit, big chat, big yabbing. And then 10:30 p.m. we're going to fucking Scotland, baby. Haley, Scotland. It's fucking great. So this is gonna be mostly dialogue. Now I keep in these streams, I keep saying what something is supposed to do or something is gonna be, but then it could completely change by the time I'm done. But the plan is to there's gonna be a lot of dialogue. This is gonna be kind of exposition heavy. I want to do some exposition for Amanda and for Sandy. There's like one or two scenes. There's some information that needs to get out. I know I blocked out 6 hours of sleep to do the stream. I blocked out 6 hours. I got like 2 last night because I spent a lot of the time. I spent a lot of time looking up tarot cards and the meaning and the symbolism behind certain tarot cards. And I think I may have made a mistake with Fortune Faded being the Wheel of Fortune. So I'm gonna retcon that a little bit if that ends up coming up. Now, as much as I like to block things out, and just let the story go where it go, I am going to have a hard cap at 9 a.m. today. Because, like I said, I'm doing Fire Pro today. I want to do the big 3 things that mean the most to me on this channel. It's kind of an encapsulation of what the Amanda Splatts project is. And that is, the big 3 things are creative writing, Fire Pro, the wrestling, that game saved my channel, and collabs. Sharing these amazing people I've met and sharing them with you. And then the fourth pillar is golf, because I realized I do a lot of fucking golf on this channel for some reason. I don't know. I don't know when I started doing so much fucking golf. There will be more. I have ideas for golf streams. Lots of golf related content, man. I don't even play golf in real life. Like, I play mini golf sometimes because it's fun. Because cool. I feel weird just being a dude playing mini golf on my own, though. That model down there. Yeah, thank you. I actually made her myself. I made her myself in VRoid Studio, a free program. It's basic assets. It's like the basic suit, coloring in, dead yellow jaundiced eyes, stringy pale hair. Are there more viewers on Twitch? I don't do Twitch. I just do YouTube. I thought about doing Twitch, but I have kind of a potato computer. It runs like a 1235i, i5. It's not really strong enough to do a lot. So, streaming on YouTube is about all it can do. Like, I'm not running Cyberpunk 2077 on this fucking thing. There you go. That's cool. So I've been trying to figure out what the setting is going to be. It was initially going to be in Sand Ruby's cave. But I don't know if Amanda would be safe there, or she'd feel safe there. She might want to do like a neutral place. But then again, after 15 years in the desert, and Sand Ruby hasn't done anything more to her than like yell at her and berate her and insult her, she'd never actually gotten physical with her. You know what? I work it out in my head. I need to work it out on paper. I plan on taking at least one break before the end of the stream, maybe a second one. Because I'm trying to pace myself today. I'm going to be doing like... shit. I'm going to be doing like maybe 15 hours of streaming today. Maybe. Because Babadook is almost going to be like 5 hours. This is going to be 6 at the most. New York State of Mind is going to be at least 4. 3 maybe, not 4. Scotland's only going to be... Scotland's not even going to be an hour. But I'm trying to pace myself. Don't want to get blood clots in the legs. And I got my good office chair. I got my nice, good office chair. So I'm going to be at least somewhat comfortable while I'm because I took the day off of work. I took today and tomorrow off of work for this 2-day celebration. So I don't have to worry about anything but being Amanda. Don't have to be anyone but Amanda and the author today. And Sand Ruby. Although the rest of the characters obviously could show up. So I always like to start with a nice crisp sentence that helps establish the scene, but also draws people in. By the way, I've not been classically trained. I've not taken classes in creative writing since like high school. I just do this shit a lot. So. Is it bear, B-E-A-R? Yeah, because bear, B-A-R-E, is naked. I know bear, B-E-A-R is the animal. I forget which one is. Like load. Yeah, load bearing, that is still B-E-A-R. Did I ever give a name to the war? I don't think I ever officially gave a name to the Eldritch War. Well, the Red Desert Army was one of the big sign parts, and they actually helped win, so called the Red Desert War. You're probably very conducive. Oh, thank you, Kirby. Thank you. That's one of the things I really hope. If nothing else from my time here as a streamer, I hope I've inspired someone else to be creative too. That's why I'm so happy that I've only been here almost a year, and I've still got some cowhighs now. People like Choco and Susie Blue and Lamone. And I think we got a new one premiering later today. That's gonna be cool. Brand new member of FlaVR premiering later. I forget her name. I'll look it up. Thought doing her at the hospital. Cool. Cool. Okay. I'll give you a heads up, Kirby. I try to interact with my fans as much as I can. But when I really start getting going and into the story, I kind of start ignoring the chat. I do apologize. It's just me getting into the characters' heads. So I figured the Eldritch taint that affected him out of the Red Desert War. What's that scene in the Crucible where they just keep adding more and more weight, more and more rocks? This guy. Good. It had been a time of revelations for Amanda, ones that were too much to bear at times. At times, no. That's a little much. Bear. That were nearly too much to bear. In fitting with the eldritch taint that affected the sense of Mahavra after the Red Desert War, Amanda could feel her sanity crushing down on her in almost a physical sense. Which should have been a burden off of her shoulders, finding out San Ruby. Finding out. This is why I read stuff back so much. I don't know if it gets annoying, but it helps me, like, get those little bits here and there. Which should have been a burden off of her shoulders. Finding out that San Ruby had no actual power over her. And that her soul was hers all along. By the Coyote God's own admission, it was just another stone on her crucible. TLDR, Amanda's going through some shit. Say nothing about the flashbacks. He's been having constant questions about why she stopped singing. Stopped taking singing gigs after music been part of her identity for so long. To say nothing of the flashbacks she'd been having and constant questions about why she stopped singing. Stopped taking singing gigs. That's a little wordy. Stop taking gigs. Because if I say taking gigs, you know it's going to be singing gigs. After music had been part of her identity for so long. So when Sandra, the thing wearing her face, because Sanruby, as a coyote god, has been copying Amanda's face and her voice for the last 15 years, just as a way to study her. And she's been wearing a porcelain mask to differentiate herself from her. I'll pull up a picture quickly, just in case you get some new people in. See if I can pull up a good picture of her. I need to sort my AI folder. I got like 4,000 or so images of her. Of Amanda and Sandra and all the various people around here. Alpha and all of them. This is a pretty good one. From the Fights in Tight Spaces gens I did. She looks like Amanda, but she wears a porcelain mask. It's supposed to be red and white. She looks black and white because she's cosplaying as Agent XI, the final boss of Fights in Tight Spaces. But it's supposed to be red and white. But she's also got a featureless mask like Vega from Street Fighter. See if I can find a better picture there. So, Sanruby, the thing wearing her face. I forget, what were the exact words she used? Offered to have an... Oh, yeah. Have an honest conversation. Possibly the first one they'd ever had. So years they've known each other. So when Sanruby, the thing wearing her face, offered to have an open and honest conversation, possibly the first one they'd ever had, the 15 or so years they'd known each other. First time Amanda didn't feel comfortable going to Sanruby's cave. She didn't feel comfortable going to Sand Ruby's cave. Cave. Surrounded by cultists. Known as those on the edge of town who mistook her for an eldritch god. Question mark. Because we still don't know whether Sand Ruby is. That's one of the big questions. Is Sand Ruby actually Coyote God? Or is she one of the eldritch things from the war? We still don't know what she really is. Her cave, surrounded by cultists known as those as the edge of town, who mistook her question mark for their god. For their god. As opposed to Mahavre's god. Lowercase g. Yeah, this will be a good time to do a little background exposition too. Well, I wonder why the open office flash run. I guess it's auto saving. That's cool. I use open office. I'm old enough. I'm a fucking hag. I'm old enough to remember when I'm old enough to remember when Microsoft Office was free and came bundled with Windows. Now you have to buy a subscription every year. It's infuriating and I hate it, so I've given up on it. I use Open Office, which is essentially free. It is free. I mean, it's essentially free Windows. It is free. It's basically Microsoft works for free. It's fucking great. Her cave, surrounded by cultists known as those on the edge of town who mistook her, question mark, for their god, as opposed to Mahavre's god. This place she dragged herself to more than once in search of comfort and safety. Asking the one who had been the most abusive to her. Save her as any scalded dog would. But Amanda wasn't a dog. Or a wolf. Or a coyote. Or any of the things Sand Ruby had said. She was before she became Amanda Splatts. But Amanda wasn't a dog, or a wolf, or a coyote, or any of those things Sand Ruby had said she was before Splatts. I don't want to go too far back with the revelation. I'm just gonna touch on it briefly, because this was the plot point of the last chapter, the Revelation chapter. But since I am gonna be getting a lot of new people in due to this, I want to go ahead and at least give a little exposition before we get to the main story itself. She was an amalgamation of the things that had died on that road. Channeled through the body of their last victim, an eagle who had been thrown under the truck's wheel, under truck Coon's wheels by a flock of hungry buzzards. I think that's enough. Like, that's a good encapsulation. We can start moving forward. But Amanda wasn't a dog or a wolf or coyote or any of the things that she was before she became Amanda Splatts. Or technically, she was all of these. Technically, she was all of these and more. See how that sounds. But Amanda wasn't a dog or a wolf or a coyote or any of the things San Ruby had said she was before she became Amanda Splatts. Or technically she was all these and more. The damnedest lies had some truth to them. Sandy knew that. She was an amalgamation of the things that had died on that road, channeled through the body of their last victim, an eagle who had been thrown under the truck Coon's wheels by a flock of hungry buzzards. So the truck ran her over. Truck Coon ran her. Usually when the isekai truck hits you, that's where you're transported to a magical world. But it didn't hit her. It ran her over, making her the roadkill stew. So she is actually roadkill stew. A whole bunch of meat from a whole bunch of different animals. She's an amalgamation. Zosimus Tarkus, friend of the channel, put it best by saying, everything leaves a mark when it dies, and you're an amalgamation of the marks left on that road. I thought that was really fucking good. Zos is a fucking good guy, man. Zos is gonna be kicking ass this week too. I mean, like, I got 7 fucking streams these next 2 days. I don't expect anyone to catch them all. Obviously not. That's the reason I'm doing so much and going so hard over the course of 2 days. I mean, like, even if you just stop by one, I'll be tickled. Even if it's just the one that most people sub, which is the Darkest Dungeon one, I'll be fucking happy. Because it's like a concert or something. Like one of those big ones, like fucking Burning Man. I want to do a Burning Man type of thing in one of these stories. Though it's not the type of place Amanda would go to. Optional. That's fucking creating shit in the desert. But fuck over there. Oh yes. Gotta get back in Amanda's head. Truck Coon's wheels by a flock of hungry buzzards. Channeled into the body of a 6'6", bony, frail bitch. Frail. Styled. Desert bitch. I call myself a desert bitch. So it's okay. It's okay if I call myself a bitch. It's not cool if you call me a bitch. There'll be fucking problems. Self-styled desert bitch. And now knowing this, and how little power that Ruby actually had over her, that cave that opened up into the empty waterways, where the holy water once flowed that nourished the land. For the war. And now knowing this, and how little power San Ruby actually had over her, that cave that opened up into the empty waterways underneath the Havre, where the holy water once flowed, where the holy water that nourished land once flowed. Amanda found that. That cave seemed very oppressive. All the more oppressive. All the more oppressive. How does that sound? But Amanda wasn't a dog or a wolf or a coyote or any other thing San Ruby had said she was before she became Amanda Splatts. Or technically she was all these and more. The damnedest lies and some truths, and Sandy knew that. She was an amalgamation of the things that had died on that road, channeled through the body of their last victim, an eagle who had been thrown under Trukun's wheels by a flock of hungry buzzards. Channeled into the body of a 6'6", bony, frail, self-styled desert bitch. Now knowing this, and how little power San Ruby actually had over her, that cave that opened up into the empty waterways underneath holy water, where the holy... And now knowing this, and how little power San Ruby actually had over her, that cave that opened up into the empty waterways underneath Mojave, where the holy water that nourished this land once flowed, seemed all the more oppressive. So Amanda agreed to this meeting, and under the condition that it be in neutral territory. That it be in neutral territory. Essentially, meaning she didn't trust having Sandy at her apartment anymore. Hotel room anymore. Neutral territory, essentially, meaning she didn't trust having Sandy in her motel room anymore. So we've got the setup. We got one page in, and we've got the setup. 6 hours. I don't know if we're going to get all the revelations I want to do. We might. I've got a couple characters, minor characters, I want to introduce. There's at least one revelation I want to do for each of them. I have two types of writing streams. One where I have nothing going in my head and nothing planned, and I kind of write things and figure things out while on stream with chat. And then there's one where I know what I want to do before hitting, and it's just putting it down on paper in front of you. This is going to be the second time. I've got plans. But Amanda wasn't a dog or a wolf or a coyote or any of the things Sandra Ruby said she was before she became Amanda Splatts. Or technically, she was all of these and more. It's a damnedest lies and some truth to them. Sandy knew that. She was an amalgamation of the things that had died on that road, channeled through the body of their last victim, an eagle who had been thrown into truck's wheels by a flock of hungry buzzards. Channeled into the body of a 6'6", bony, frail, self-styled desert bitch. And now knowing this and how little power Sandra Ruby actually had over her, that cave that opened up into the empty waterways underneath the Havre where the holy water that nourished this land once flowed, seemed all the more oppressive. So Amanda agreed to this meeting under the condition that it be in neutral territory. Neutral territory essentially means she didn't trust having Sandy in her motel room anymore. Oh god, this chair is so fucking nice. After using that ottoman for a year, this just using the office chair exclusively is gonna be so fucking nice. Hopefully this will alleviate some of the spine problems up in here. Alright. Did I ever establish whether it was Mahavre City and Mahavre County? I think it's Mahavre County. The Mahavre County. Yeah, I think I did county, because there was a county fairgrounds where Web B used to be filmed. Golf Association. Or MCGA. I work golf into it. I wanted to figure out how to work golf into it. The Mahavre County Golf Association, or MCGA, had taken what was once a resplendent McMansion and y'all know what a McMansion is? I read about them with the late low tax. There's like these kind of, there was some time where they were just making mansions all over the country. A large house in a subterranean community typically marketed to the middle class in developed countries. It's kind of a derogatory term. Large, ostentatious, mass-produced house. A derogatory term that implies the home lacks architectural integrity, class, or style, often with generic cookie-cutter designs. Poor design, use of low quality materials, lack of sustainability. So it's those weird fucking giant amalgamation homes. Uh, yeah. That's fucking perfect. That's fucking perfect. The Mojave County Golf Association, or MCGA, had taken what's a resplendent McMansion belonging to some long dead starlet. And refurbished it into quite the comfortable clubhouse. The Mojave County Golf Association. Or I like to, it's just a little. I like to put whiplash in my stories. Just complete fucking tonal shift. You talking about the pain Amanda was going through and how she doesn't feel safe anymore. All of a sudden, it's golf. Golf is gonna be a fucking thing on this channel. Like, live with it. The Mojave County Golf Association, the MCGA, had taken what was once a resplendent McMansion belonging to some long-dead starlet and refurbished it into quite the comfortable clubhouse. Oh! Oh, shit! Ooh! Oh, that's fucking perfect. In another life, woman. How do I describe this without spoiling it beforehand? In another life, another time. The woman clad in red and white. Business suit. Because I hinted at this. I hinted at this with San Ruby's speech about how she liked to listen to Giorgio Moroder and think about the time she once owned this town. She used to fuck. She used to get down. She used to party. She used to run shit back in the day before Amanda was around. In another life, another time, the woman clad in red and white business suit. What's the bender? In quite the bender here. In quite the bender here. As a god, she didn't get quite as fucked up. As a god, she didn't get nearly as fucked up as everyone else. But as fucked up as everyone else around her. But she was able to fake it. As a coyote god, studying humanity. Baking it. Part and parcel of blending it. You see, I take what is supposed to be a joke, and it's actually fucking lore. I think it's... holy crap, I like this. I like this. I like this Killer Cola. Does it have any sugar? A little bit of sugar. From, like, the agave nectar, I think. So, it's sparkling water, but it tastes like cola. It's fucking weird. Like, I drink it and it tastes... My brain says it's off-brand soda. But it's water. Holy shit. It's fucking great. But yeah, we never talked much about what San Ruby did before Amanda came around. For she used to fuck. She used to fuck and she used to party. The Marvin, yeah, New Year's fucked up in the most sponsor, but she was able to fake it. As a coyote god studying humanity, faking it was part and parcel of blending in. I was gonna throw in some drug references, but even though that's part of the story, I don't know if that will get me banned on YouTube. So I don't think I'm gonna go too in depth about how hard she partied. Now, at San Ruby, her face hidden by that porcelain mask. Featureless porcelain mask. Because the reason she started wearing the porcelain mask, she didn't start wearing the porcelain mask until Amanda. Because she's copying Amanda's face and body to study her. But she started wearing the porcelain mask so the people of Mahavre knew when it was Sandy and when it was Amanda. That's why she's had masks in the past, including the wooden coyote mask she uses as Ma'i. But she didn't start using the porcelain mask until Amanda. Now with San Ruby, her face hidden by that featureless porcelain mask. Her wry expression. Wry expression. Hidden by that featureless porcelain mask. Walked down hallways that were once covered in features of old 70s, not 70s. I'm almost thinking of making this like the 1920s. Actually, that's kind of cool. So maybe nothing has changed. Because I looked up mansions of the McMansions of that time period. Even though it's supposed to be like a 90s type of McMansion, it's kinda... Well, I won't put a time frame. Because one of the reasons is like time flows differently in Mahavre. Time didn't really quote unquote start again until about the time Amanda got run over. Time didn't start again, quote unquote. To be like, time has been weird. Because we've got Takeen, who's from the past. We've got Alpha Splatts, who's from the future, both in this time. So there's something very important about the time that's going on right now. Now, walking past that old panel. Floors. Old wood panel. Well, everything. Now is Sand Ruby, her VR expression hidden by that featureless, her wry expression hidden by that featureless porcelain mask. Walking past the open floors and wood panel, well, I fucking love wood paneling. Wood paneled fucking station wagon, that'd be cool. You seen that shit? It's weird. A car with wood on it. Well, everything. Now as Sand Ruby, her expression hidden, walking past. Everything. Bring back real wood on cars. Hey, thank you for stopping by, Sunsoka. Thank you, man. Oh, yeah. I like fucking wood paddling. I know it's gauche as shit, but I kind of like it. Walking past the open floors and, well, everything. She realized that the place was actually kind of homely. Actually kind of comfy. Well, after you cleared out all the hookers and good. I want to get bonked on YouTube for saying, like, cocaine. But Sandy Park. I'm not encouraging it at all. No, fuck no. Amanda's clean other than the drug. Like, Amanda's... The only drug Amanda's ever done is alcohol. She's never done hard drugs. I don't think Amanda's ever smoked weed, even. Maybe once. After you cleared all the hookers and blow. Blow's a vague enough term. That'll be fine. Well, after you cleared out all the hookers and blow. No, maybe not, just to be safe. All the hookers and... all the hookers. Yeah, hookers, that's enough of a joke. If you cleared all the hookers. She was just trying to keep the money in the community, after all. Just trying to keep the money flowing in the community, after all. She was a caring coyote god. A loving one. I had to get a little levity, man. Things are gonna get fucking dark in this chapter if we're going to places that I think we are. So I have to get a little bit of levity. So basically, like I said, that's why I love doing these on stream, think about it on stream. I never thought about this. Like, I knew that was probably going to take place at a clubhouse or a coffee house or something. I didn't know that the clubhouse is going to be Sandy's mansion back in the day. The Mojave County Golf Association, or the MCGA, had taken what was once a resplendent McMansion belonging to some long-dead starlet and refurbished it into quite the comfortable clubhouse. In another life, another time, the woman clad in red and white business suit participated in quite the bender here. As a god, she didn't get nearly as fucked up as everyone else around her, but she was able to fake it. As a coyote god studied humanity, faking it was part and parcel of blending in. Now as Sand Ruby, her wry expression hidden by that featureless porcelain mask, walking past the open floors and old wood paneled, well, everything. She realized this place was actually kind of comfy. Well, after you cleared out all the hookers. She was just trying to keep the money flowing in the community after all. She was a caring coyote god. She was a caring and loving coyote god. Given about the front desk. Following the instructions given to her by the front desk. Her away. Your patio. I was gonna say private room, but I don't know if a clubhouse would have private rooms. Patio. It was the most surreal sight she'd ever seen. Most surreal sight the coyote god had seen in some time. Endless expanses of desert stretching onwards. Past the horizon. Only punctuated by yeah, let's fucking say this. Punctuated by vast expanses of astroturf. AstroTurf, it's fake grass. It's a big old country club. Big old massive golf course. It's fake grass. I think this would actually go to a good narrative, too. Thinking about everything being fake. A lot of fake shit. And Sand Ruby being a coyote god. With the ability to change her appearance. A lot of fake things. AstroTurf. 36 holes. 36 holes. Driving range and a putting green. All blatant bullshit. Bullshit. What is a term for grass that starts starts with the letter B. Bahia grass, Bermuda grass, bluegrass, barley, bamboo. None of these are actual, like... Oh, here it is. Bermuda grass is often used for athletic fields, parks, pastures, and golf courses. That's fucking perfect, actually. That's fucking perfect. Bermuda. "36 holes of driving and driving range. Driving range, putting green, and mini golf for the kiddies. And mini golf for the kiddies. And then I think this would be a semicolon. All blatantly bullshit Bermuda green. I fucking love that line. All blatantly bullshit Bermuda green. It's all so fucking fake. But people are still enjoying it. Following the instructions given her by the front desk, Sandra, we made her way to the rear patio. It was the most surreal sight the Coyote God had seen in some time. The endless expanses of desert stretching onwards past the horizon, punctuated by vast expanses of astroturf. 36 holes, driving range, and a putting green. And mini golf for the kiddies. All blatantly bullshit Bermuda green. I love that. I should probably save. No more lies. "36 holes, driving range, and a putting green, and a mini golf for the kiddies. All blatantly bullshit Bermuda green." It was all so deliciously fake. God, give me the umbrella. It was all so deliciously fake, Sammy thought, noticing her charge chugging a half-gallon jug of Arnold Palmer on a bench directly underneath the ceiling fan. So, there's like 6 hours. If worse comes to worse and I feel things going, I will cut it at 9, but maybe do more. Maybe cancel Scotland and continue, but I don't know, probably shouldn't go horribly fucking long. need to do some revelations. Need to get some things out and answer some questions. Like this is no more lies screw. But I think we could save a little time now. We don't have to get too gritty or too gross into it. But we established that before Amanda, Sandy used to fucking party hard. And get off on watching other people party hard too. Trying to kill the pain. Your faithful Amanda Splatts. Your faithful Amanda Splatts. Obviously. Stay cool as possible. In her black track pants. I was gonna say ubiquitous black track pants, but that's a bit too wordy. I try to be wordy, I try to have little flourishes here and there, but I don't want to get too fucking crazy with it either. Things are going to start getting a little darker. Need that moment of levity, kind of quote-unquote levity, because things are going to start getting darker. Your faithful Amanda Splatts. Too many commas. We don't need those commas. Your faithful Amanda Splatts was obviously trying to say cool as possible. Yellow tank top and black track pants. Stand, Ruby. Popular cocktails. You got a cocktail. She's got a cocktail. What kind of cocktail does she have? Ooh, tequila sunrise. That'd be a Eagles reference. Tequila, orange juice, and grenadine known for its color, appearance, and refreshing taste. Yeah, I like that. I like that as an Eagles reference, too. San Roman. It's not the type of thing she'd drink, though. But, like, I almost pictured her like an apple teeny or a creme de menthe or something. But tequila sunrise would be a cool reference. Where's creme de menthe? I saw that on the list. Would that be better? Maybe Amanda had a tequila sunrise. Sweet mint flavors alcoholic beverage. Oh no, that's just like one ingredient, I think. The sweet mint flavored alcoholic beverage compared to a colorless version called white and a green version. Well, there's fun flavor and interchangeable recipes. Yeah, that's it's just one ingredient in a bigger drink. Yellow sunrise. Firmly in hand. Split in the other side of the wood. Picnic bench. Serve seating with the old cloth overhang. It's not a nice looking place, but it's nicer than when back in the days when Sandy used to like bang. San Ruby tequila sunrise firmly in hand, slid in the other side of the wooden picnic bench that served as seating underneath the old cloth overhang. Soon as Amanda, who had been distracted by the driving, distracted by the action at the driving range. Turned her attention to my Coyote God. Amanda's. Winced behind her porcelain mask. San Ruby tequila sunrise firmly in hand, split on the other side of the wooden picnic bench that served as seating under the old cloth overhang. As soon as Amanda, who had been distracted by the action of the driving range, turned her attention to my the Coyote God noticed Amanda's expression and winced behind her porcelain mask. Dead. Just dead. Sorry. No signature. Reno glasses. Just dead, jaundiced, yellow eyes. I had steam. No. Dead. Just dead inside. No signature Jean Reno glasses. Just those dead, jaundiced yellow eyes I've seen enough. Amanda's done at this point. She's just fucking done. She's done. Sandy, for once, started the conversation. Sandy, for once, started the conversation. So, The clubhouse? I've turned her attention back to the gravity. Yeah. For the Mahavira Times. So, journal. Wait. Tribune. Yeah. I wrote an article for this place for the Mahavira Times, Sun Journal, Weekly Tribune. They paid me. Fine. Maybe with a bag signed by Robert Landell. With a golf club bag. Yeah, I wrote an article for this place for the Mahavira Times, Sun Journal, Weekly Tribune. They paid me with a golf club bag signed by Robert Landell himself. Yeah, Robert Landell's is going to be a fixture of this channel. Get the fuck over. He was a running joke early on. He's back, baby. Robert Landell is back. Like I said, I don't do comedy often. I really don't. Like, I had a comedy stream scheduled, but I had to cancel it. Because I wasn't getting any good ideas. I don't do comedy because I'm not that funny. Like, I'm good with a one-liner or an observation, but actually trying to do a sustained humorous piece, I'm just not that good at it. Oh, really? All the clubs. Clubs. Just the bag. Yeah, I wrote an article for this place for the Mahavira Times, Sun Journal, Weekly Tribune. I'm not going to remember that order for when I reference that newspaper in the future, but I think it'd be funny if it keeps changing. Like, it's the Mahavira Sun Journal Times Picayune Discount Shopper. Discount Shopper, yes. Tribune. The Mahavira Times Sun Journal Weekly Tribune Discount Shopper. They pay me with a golf club bag signed by Robert Landell himself. Oh, really? How are the clubs? No clubs. Just a bag. You're nodded. Lighting off. Face. That copied. That save for bloody red eyes. So, Amanda. Saves that. Again. and over the last decade and a half. When the mask came off today, expression, one of revulsion. Changed to one of revulsion. Seeing her face. Her face first. Attached to this woman. What Amanda knew now. Bless you. Thank you, bro. Thank you. It's been fucking weird out here, man. Like, the weather's been all fucked up. Like, I'm worried that, like, power went out briefly. Not power, but the internet went out briefly yesterday. I'm getting really scared that it might happen during my streams today. But if I have to reschedule, like, at least one stream or something, fuck, I'll do it before work on Thursday. I'll stay up early and just be dog shit at work. Because if I know I'm going to be dog shit at work, if I know if I'm going to have a bad time of it beforehand, I can do stuff to mitigate my role. And, like, delegate a couple things. But I don't like doing that. Her face first. Attached to this woman. That's what Amanda knew now. Sandy picked up on this. Sandy picked up on this. Put on the mask again. And a few seconds later, let it back off. There you go. Started. So not implicitly saying that the McMansion that is now the clubhouse used to be Sandy's McMansion, but kind of hinting at it. We don't need to, like, blatantly say it unless it becomes a plot point later. Anything Starlin. Better? Yeah. San Ruby nodded, sliding off her porcelain mask. We only face a copy of Amanda's exactly, save for the bloody red eyes in a place of Amanda's jaundiced yellow ones. It's a face that Amanda had seen time and time again over the last decade and a half. When the mask came off today, Amanda's dead expression changed. This is why I read it back. I sometimes skip words when I'm really in the zone. To one of revulsion. Seeing her face. And it was her face first. Attached to this woman with what Amanda knew now. Sandy picked up on this, slid on the mask again, and a few seconds later slid it back off, revealing the face of an aging starlet. Better? Sandy asked. Amanda. Blankly nodded. Good. Good. What? Good. Did my model just give like a thumbs up, or was that just me moving the mouse? Good. Oh my god! I typed out the word good, and my model gave the thumbs up. Are there like pre-built code words into this? That's kind of fucking cool. That's kind of fucking cool. I have to experiment with this later. That's funny. Me neither. There was an update, like I believe a few weeks ago, and I didn't like the update initially because it's supercharged the face tracker. I don't use the face tracker. I only use the face tracker during the chat streams. I only use the face check during the chat streams because of all the resources it takes, and it had done some kind of new high-powered one that made my eyes all twitchy. Luckily, apparently, I found there's a new setting now that I can turn that off. I could just do the old one, where it was like low-powered face tracking. But I turn off the face tracking period for any of these streams where I'm just in the corner. The only reason my head is moving around is because it automatically moves when I talk. And it gauges how to move my lips depending on the microphone input. So it's cool. It uses a lot less resources. It's the only reason I'm able to do this at all. So that's fucking neat. I'll have to see what other words are baked into this thing. Good. I have questions. I know you have questions. I know you won't trust my answers. I know you won't believe my answers. But I'm going to be honest today. Offering. Giving you one free slap. And as a peace offering, I'm giving you one free slap. No consequences. Giving you one free slap. No consequences. Good until we get back to the clubhouse. Peace. Good. I know you have questions. I know you won't believe my answers. But I'm going to be honest today. And as a peace offering, I'm giving you one free slap. No consequences. Good until we get back into the clubhouse. Capiche? Amanda just nodded. That expression. Returning as she kept her eyes on the driving range. Amanda just nodded, her dead expression returning as she kept her eyes on the driving range. Seemingly unable to lock eyes. Okay, you already got it. With my aim. This is one of the reasons I wanted to do a story that was just one big conversation. Because writing a conversation can be really different when you're doing like normal novel type stuff. I don't have this. I don't. There's a little bit of flavor lines would be here and there to illustrate some of the lines and their expressions or their movements. But usually you don't have to put after every single line. Like they're doing something or who's saying it. You can imply by the ongoing conversation who's saying what by the end of the quotation marks. What are you? It's a little vague, Amanda. Are you truly a god? Are you? Are you really a coyote god? Getting right to the point, are you? $125. Thanks, Andy. I don't want to spend a lot of fucking time out here. And we can go. Then why don't we go inside where it's circulating? What are you? It's a little vague, Amanda. Are you really Coyote God? Getting right to the point, are you? It's 125 degrees today, Sandy. I don't want to spend a lot of fucking time out here. Then why don't we do this inside in the air conditioning? What, and miss out on my free slap? Want to make sure I got this term right. Want to make sure I got the right term. Yeah, that fits. That fits. You play Hanafuda, right, Amanda? You play Hanafuda, right, Amanda? think this means like the Rain Man. Compared to you people. People. Dan Ruby chuckled in spite of herself. You play on the Fuda, right, Amanda? Think of me like the Rain Man of the gods. Compared to you people, my power is resolute, immeasurable, and resolute. But compared to the other gods this place once saw, well, I guess the proper term is I'm more of an emissary. I'm more of an emissary. But compared to the other gods this place once saw, well, I guess the proper term is I'm more of an emissary. Probably why they chose me. So long ago. Clean up this shitstorm. You play Hanafuda, right, Amanda? Think of me like the Rain Man of the gods. Compared to you people, my power is immeasurable and resolute. But compared to the other gods this place once saw, well, I guess the proper term is I'm more of an emissary. Partially why they chose me so long ago to clean up this shitstorm while they skipped town. Because once the water dried up, the gods left this place. And my E was the only one left. I might have nodded. Others. I was an emergency timer. Like, I always set every timer for 3 a.m. Because that's when I get my exercise and all my shit in. Then I have one for 5 a.m. when it's like time to stop improving myself, working on myself. And it's time to start getting ready for the actual day. Like reading the news and warming up the work computer and shit. Amanda nodded, taking another swig of alcohol. So another half through. Not technically bullshit. not essentially the truth. It's essentially the truth. Compared to you, God. Close enough. Amanda nodded, taking another swig of Arnold Palmer. So another half-truth. Not technically bullshit, but Sandra nodded. It's essentially the truth. Compared to you, I'm a god. It's close enough. Then why do the cultists flock to you? Then why do the cultists flock to you? Side. But we're the one expression. Sandra sighed, her worn expression falling. I know what it is, I just need to know it. As I said, back on the 4th, I'm sick. This place is sick. War. The Red Desert Army. Military. Fucking things. Scarred and booked this land. Affected this land. Sacred place. And affected this one sacred place. It affected it right down to the sands. Every grain of sand. That's why it's so hard. You move from location to location. That's why it's so hard to move from location to location here. Why it's so easy to get lost on the roads. Yeah, I stole the idea from BlazBlue Central Fiction of the fact that it's easy to get lost because places aren't where they're supposed to be. It's a little bit like shuffling a map. It's kind of like Mahavre is kind of like a roguelike or a roguelite or whatever. That's weird. I'm dropping frames a little bit. I just noticed I'm dropping some. I don't know whether it's a 3D model or what. I got it going on my phone. The phone's up to date. That's weird. Maybe it's because I've been checking Brave. Or maybe just had a bad connection this morning. I think we're okay. Fuck. Yeah, I think we're okay. Might end up having to switch to Yeah, it's probably me looking shit up in Brave, because otherwise Brave is sleeping. Might have to start, like... Might just use a static PNG for Fire Pro later. Instead of that Viata tube. We'll see. Lost on the roads. Because they're non-Euclidean. Because they're non-Euclidean. And that's the one on the front lines that infected me as well. Infested me as well. They sense that. Sandra beside her warm expression falling. As I said back on the 4th, I'm sick. This place is sick. The war between the Red Desert Army and the military and those fucking things. Scarred time and space. Time and space here, not time and time and space. Scarred time and space here. And infected this one sacred place. Because we know time flows differently in Mahavra, that's why. Because the war. Infected every grain of sand covering the place. Why it's so hard to move from location to location here. Why it's so easy to get lost on the roads. Because they're non-Euclidean. As the one... For all the Eldritch stuff, I keep forgetting how to spell Euclidean. Because they're non-Euclidean. And as the one on the spiritual front lines, it infested me as well. They sense that. They sense that. Amanda slowly turned. Get back to Sandra, man. What does that mean for you? God, and I don't know. Amanda slowly turned her attention back to Sandra. What does that mean for you? I don't know. God, and I don't fucking know. That's what scares me. Back to the driving range. Sandra Lee. No, the fucking would probably be more important, be a little more factful. I'm a god and what would sound better? I'm a fucking god and I don't know. I'm a fucking god and I don't know. I'm a god and I don't fucking know. I'm a god and not. Yeah, it sounds better in front of God. I'm a fucking god and I don't know. That's what scares me. Amanda slowly turned her attention back to Sand Ruby. What does that mean for you? I don't know. Fucking god, and I don't know. Scares me. Amanda nodded, turning her eyes back to the driving range as Sand Ruby finished off Tequila Sunrise. Wouldn't the other gods here have some way to fix that? This place wasn't the only thing cut off from the gods back then. The limb was infected. They sawed it off. Simple as. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy fucking shit. So they left. Water with them. The revelation of what happened to the water was going to be like the last revelation of this story. The story's not ending here. The story's not ending here, but oh god, this is fucking perfect. Oh Jesus, everything fucking falls into place. Amanda slowly turned her attention back to Sand Ruby. What does that mean for you? I'm a fucking god and I don't know. That's what scares me. Amanda nodded, turning her eyes back to the driving range as San Ruby finished off Tequila Sunrise. Wouldn't the other gods here have some way to fix that? This place wasn't the only thing cut off from the gods back then. The limb was infected. They sawed it off. Simple as. So they left. Took the water with them. San Ruby chuckled wryly, leaning back and staring up at the ceiling fan stitched on the patio overhang. Clever girl. Hina's laboring under a false pretense. The water didn't just stop out of nowhere. When the gods abandoned this place, they took it with them. They took it with them. Or at least my working theory. I'd be overjoyed to be proven wrong. And I'd be overjoyed to be proven wrong. That's essentially her answer. What happened to the water? I don't know. I think the gods took it when they left, but I don't know. That would explain why she's been telling Amanda to stop looking for the water. Why she's telling Takeen to stop looking for the water. Because as far as she knows, as far as she understands, the gods took it when they left. It's not coming back. This place is just as it is now. Which is real fucking bleak, I know. But it's a bleak story. Clever girl. Hina's laboring under a false pretense. The water didn't just stop out of nowhere. When the gods abandoned this place, they took it with them. Or at least, that's my working theory. I'd be overjoyed to be proven wrong. So I hope the little water bear keeps chipping away and finds something. Because you and her are two of the only pure things left here. Pure in quotation marks, being not infested by the eldritch taint. Sure. Amanda turned her expression back to Sam Ruby. Sure. There we go. And start bringing up other members. Like, I haven't brought up Bun Bun, or I don't think I've brought up Juliet for a while. Juliet, the femboy radio host who's really a military glowy, and General Bun Bun of the Red Desert Army, proud like a mofug American. General Bun Bun is sick. Very, very sick. She was right on the front lines. Juliet Romero is not T.E. Juliet Romero is sick. He was right there with her towards the end. The Rattlers are sick. They were born of the pain and anguish of this place. The only ones I've found who aren't sick are you, Keen, and that gigantic wall of adamantium flesh with your face stapled to it. About that. Who is Alpha Splatts? I honestly don't know. The only person who's figured out who Alpha Splatts is Takeen. Alpha Splatts is Amanda from the future. But we as the reader, like, no one in Mojave knows that. The only person who knows is Takeen. She was able to figure out, because Takeen was here from the past. Takeen was not tainted because the gods sent her forward in time, skipping the war in Mojave. So she wasn't here when the place was infected. General Bun Bun is sick. Very, very sick. She was right on the front lines. Juliet Romero is sick. He was right there with her towards the end. The Rattlers are sick. They were born of the pain and anguish of this place. The only denizens I've found who aren't sick are you, Keen, and that gigantic wall of adamantium flesh with your face stapled to it. Amanda nodded. About that. Who is Alpha Splatts? I honestly don't know. I've never seen anything like her before. Couldn't even start to speculate. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase the next question. I'm not finishing off for Arnold Palmer. What are golf balls made of? That's a good fucking... What are golf balls made of? What are golf balls made of? Kinda don't like Brave's search engine. Golf balls are made of several composites. Applications vary depending on the type of golf ball. The core, the mantle, and the cover. The core is made of synthetic rubber. The mantle... The cover is typically made out of either Surlyn, an iron resin, or urethane, which provides stability and spin control. That's Surlyn. What is Surlyn? Surlyn in golf. Surlyn is a type of ionomer resin developed by DuPont companies used to cover material for golf balls. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. What against Surlyn? Because even if you don't know what Surlyn is, you can guess what it is by the context. Because they're out of the golf range and it's iron and wood. Amanda nodded, finishing off her. The silence of the accurate air was punctuated by the whacking of iron and wood against Surlyn. Amanda nodded, finishing off Ronald Palmer. The silence of the accurate air was punctuated by the whacking of iron and wood against Surlyn. Feel like an attorney before Sandra, he spoke again. That's it. That's all you have to ask me? Amanda nodded. You made your... You made your motives for lying to me pretty clear in your message on the 4th. Still processing. You made your motives for lying to me pretty clear. Pretty clear. That's why I always like to read it back after I do it. Like, even if I was alone, even if I wasn't streaming this, I'd still be reading shit back. Amanda nodded. You made your motives for lying to me pretty clear in your message on the 4th. I'm still processing that. Buying lunch. May I be so bold as to ask a question? Why are you buying one? saying earlier. Took a moment. Like I said, this is going to be a dark chapter. I need to bring it up with a little levity. I understand now. I used to just write a lot of dark shit back to back to back. I need to break it up a little bit with a little bit of humor. I'm sorry if I get quiet during some of these writing streams, especially towards the later parts. Sometimes I think of good shit and I just need to get it down. That's what I said. There are two different types of writing streams that I do. There's the ones where I take feedback and actually write the story with y'all. And there's one where I have a story in mind and the stream is just me working out the ideas, getting it down on paper. Amanda nodded, finishing out for Arnold Palmer. The silence of the acrid air was punctuated by the whacking of iron and wood against Serlin. It felt like an eternity before Sandruby spoke again. That's it. That's all you have to ask me? Amanda nodded. You made your motives for lying to me pretty clear in your message on the 4th. Still processing. Amanda still hasn't totally processed her trauma yet. May I be so bold as to ask a question then? Sandruby chuckled in spite of herself. Why, are you buying lunch? Sandruby chuckled in spite of herself and motioned for a couple of menus. The elderly man who handed them off to the two stared at Sandruby in horror for the longest time. It took a moment for Sandy to realize she wasn't copying Amanda's face, but the face of the aging starlet who died in this McMansion ages ago. The county claiming it and auctioning it off with the winning bid being put in by the MCGA. This old man, was he around when? Sandruby licked her lips and gave her poutiest smile. Ready for round two? Ready for round two, cutie? She said, her voice suddenly going up 3 octaves and dripping with a New York accent. The old attendant replied by promptly pissing himself in fear and running for the horizon. Amanda stared after the man in surprise. Sandruby picked up the menu in response, calmly browsing it. Hey, do you have those jalapeno poppers you like? I don't do comedy a lot, but I think that was pretty good. Yes, she's a coyote cat. I think I'm going to take a quick break there. I'm going to be streaming like 30, 40 hours. Maybe 30 or so hours these next 2 days. I want to keep moving. I want to keep the blood flowing. I don't want to get a fucking blood clot. So, we got some revelations on Amanda's end, too. Be right back. I'm back. Took a couple minutes to walk around a bit. Like, I don't want to get any fucking blood clots today. And think about the other half of this. You see, this is why I'm so shocked when I do writing streams. Like, even the ones where I have something in mind, what I want in mind. I did not plan on doing a revelation about the water. There are supposed to be 2 revelations. Is Sandy truly a god or not? And what happened to the water? I didn't expect to get on either of them, and I just went ahead and did both of them. Because it just, something fits. When something just fits, when it fucking fits, I fit it in. But there's still something about, there's still questions though. How do they bring the water back? And if indeed it is tied to the gods, how do they bring the gods back? Can they bring the gods back? Or is Mahave just forsaken now? But now we need to go ahead and study our protagonist a little bit. This is where things are going to get kind of sad. So like I said, try to bring a little levity. This is also going to be where I kind of start ignoring chat a little bit more. Because like I booked, I got wrestling at 10. So I booked 6 hours for this. I didn't realize that I was probably going to go all 6 hours. But it's fucking worth it. So, I'm back in. Give myself there. One plate of assorted fried entrees, another on with Palmer tequila sunrise later. It was Sand Ruby's turn to ask. Amanda, why did you stop singing? Amanda sighed, burning her face in her fried calamari rings as Sandy leaned her elbow against the table. Come on. You had to know I was going to ask. Amanda nodded, turning her attention back to Sand Ruby. Tying it back to the anniversary. Remember, there was a period we didn't see each other for a couple of years. You know, the stars weren't right. No, that would be if she was actually an eldritch abomination. The stars weren't right. That was gonna be why we don't see her cave, because the stars aren't right. A whole eldritch thing. But no, it's because since she is legitimately a god, it's because I guess it'd be because they kind of trying to protect the entrance to the sacred waterways, even though those places have dried up now. Remember, as I said, remember, originally, Sandra, we started with those silent videos. Sandy nodded. You never told me what happened out there. Your confidence had gone down the shitter by the time I started leaving those 3 silent messages on your channel. Part of the reason I did it, honestly. Yeah, well. I think that's some gangs at the Cloverleaf. Policy violations? This is bullshit. Some troll is trying to claim my stream. Some troll is trying to claim my stream on my anniversary while I'm trying to write a story. It was the BGM. This BGM is copyright-free music from Pixabay. I have been using this particular song for months. Literally months, and it's royalty-free. It's my normal BGM. Some troll is in here trying to claim it. Some troll is trying to fucking claim it and ruin my fucking anniversary. This is the shit I have to put up with. Oh, let's do some. I think I got another beat. Let's see if I can get that BGM that I used for the Sandy video. And some creators just don't have the fucking... Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I back? This is royalty-free music. This is why I have my phone. This is why I have my phone going now. Because of this fucking bullshit. Someone manually did this. Let me quickly see if this is the right song. The song from the Revelation video. I'm gonna pull it up in my headphones, see if this is the right one. Whoever's trying to shut down my stream, I will continue with no fucking audio at all if I need to. This is getting out. Yeah, I think this is the music for poetry. This is a little more fitting of what's about to come up anyways. So I'll watch this later and it'll say... oh, there was no claim there, permission. Notice it says, as soon as it start talking about the clover leaf, that's when maybe it's the Rattlers doing this, who fucking knows. One plate of assorted fried entrees and another on the palm of tequila. Sunrise later, it was sin. I was trying to ask. Amanda, why did you stop singing? Amanda sighed, burying her face in her fried calamari rings as Sandy leaned her elbow against the table. Come on. You had to know I was going to ask. Amanda nodded, turning her attention back to San Ruby. Remember there's a period back when we didn't see each other for a couple years? Right before I started streaming a year ago? Sandy nodded. You never told me what happened out there. Your confidence had gone down by the shitter by the time I started leaving those 3 a.m. silent missives on your channel. Part of the reason I did it, honestly. Yeah, well, I ended up taking some gigs at the Cloverleaf. Cloverleaf? Yeah, well, I ended up taking some gigs at the Cloverleaf. The Cloverleaf? That rust infested the Cloverleaf. That rat infested shithole of a diner where the rattlers. Shut the fuck up, Sandy. It's hard enough getting this out without you judging me. Especially since you'd be right. And now we get into our flashback. I've talked about the Cloverleaf before. It's time to actually see the Cloverleaf. Hey Jinx, it's actually going real fucking great. We actually answered a couple of the questions, the big questions. Is Sand Ruby a god? Mostly. She's like considered compared to us, she's a god. Compared to other gods, she's like an errand boy. She's an emissary of the gods. Also, what happened to the water? The gods took it with them when they left. Like I usually read the whole thing when I'm done, so I will be going back over if you're gonna be here for like the next couple hours. But then my BGM got the channel claimed for some fucking reason, even though I've been using this BGM for months. Some little shit must have filed the claim or something. So I've changed it. This is a little more fitting, anyways. I don't know if it's annoying though. If the BGM gets annoying, just let me know. Okay. Pale, gaunt, thin woman in a black and yellow suit sifted listlessly through the cards in her hands. The clover leaf was a small, revolting tourist trap in a place cut off from humanity. Humanity by the eldritch taint. Cut off from humanity by the eldritch taint. Directly across from her in a filthy yellow snakeskin suit was a morbidly obese Naga woman with what can only be described as snake-like hair and rivulets of maple syrup streaming down her cheeks. Fortune faded. The revolting snake woman, the Naga woman, that Takeen fought and Alpha fought during the Revelation scene. During the Fights in Tight Spaces scene. Because junk can't be thrown! Get with me, kid! Fortune faded, belched out between shoveling old pancakes into her unhinged maw. I can do anything for you. I'll make you promotion artwork, set up singing gigs, get people to come to your shows. Just don't tell anybody who I am and give me a credit, right? It'll be my little secret. I run things in this town and shit. I've got the pull. I've got the stroke. I've got all the servers with all the threads if you need to borrow some bad little shit box of a Celeron you've got. Stick with me, kid. I'll give you the real scoop on what's going on here. I'll give you the real scoop about what's going on in my house. Try to make Fortune as revolting sounding as possible. Amanda nodded anyway. Amanda nodded meekly, turning her attention back to the cards in her hand. So basically, Fortune is feeding her bullshit. Amanda nodded meekly, turning her attention back to the cards in her hand. Mother Tifu was the mentor to her early on, so Amanda immediately knew what the major arcana were. There are a few missing. Picked. Yeah, I assume they've been picked. But then why is the wheel here? Alright, use the wheel of fortune. Look, I don't know Greek. Let's see how to pronounce this in Greek. Say. Fortune. Greek. How do you say fortune in Greek? The word for fortune in Greek is taichi, which can also be read as Periosa or Moira, depending on the context. Kali Taichi. Because she's a Gorgon. So that'd make her Greek, I think. Amanda nodded, turning her attention to the other woman stuffed in the booth with her. One, a towering, hulking presence in a skin-tight snakeskin suit, her face hidden by her wide-brimmed hat and exposing nothing but slate gray hair. The one she'd come to know as the Tower. The rest of them. Posing. Horizontally. Tower loomed silently over the rest of them, as opposing vertically as fortune was horizontally. Fourth one. Strange lot. Long, straggly blonde hair. I'll try to do some AI gens of these two. If I have time with the wrestling show and everything. I had these fucking weird ideas last night. See how they shake out. Amanda nodded, turning her attention to the other two women stuffed into the booth with her. One, a towering, hulking presence in a skin-tight snakeskin suit, her face hidden by her wide-brimmed hat and exposing nothing but slate gray hair. The one she'd come to know as the Tower. Looms. With the tarot cards, I tried to get something that matched the character, and that's why I realized. I'll be totally honest. The reason I chose Fortune for Fortune Faded was because Fortune was the final boss of Magical Drop 3. That's it. Didn't have anything to do with her actual, character or anything. So I think I've figured out how to get around that. The rep and exposing nothing but slate gray hair. The one she'd come to know as the Tower loomed silently over the rest of them, as imposing vertically as Fortune was horizontally. Fortune is fat as fuck. The fourth one was a strange lot. Long, straggly blonde hair and bloodshot red eyes, a fake expression and a lecherous grin. She was the Moon, the resident singer of the Rattlers. You ever seen that? It's like the little voice boxes that you put up to your neck and then you're down like that. If anyone remembers the early days of the World Wrestling Federation, the Attitude Era, Kane used to talk using one of these. Or Jimbo from South Park is probably the most popular example of this with a little thing next to the neck. The resident singer of the Rattlers as this. I can't wait to catch your debut as one of the Rattlers. Moon rasped out in a monotone metallic. The tower said nothing. Never did. Never had to. Never had to. The tower was just always just there. It was always bad news. That fits the tower. That was part of the reason because I dropped an ottoman in my fucking foot, and part of the reason is because I was looking up the actual tarot cards to make sure everything matched. I can't wait to get your debut as one of the Rattlers. Moon rasped out in monotone whine. The tower said nothing. Never did. Never had to. The tower was just always there, and it was always bad news. I can't wait to get your debut as one of the Rattlers. The moon rasped out a monotone metallic whine. You guys remember who the real singing station of the Rattlers is? The tower said nothing. Never did. Never had to. The tower was just there. And it was always bad news. Because that's what the tower is in the tarot. And a germ herself. So, there you from. You're blindly found. Took it. Sliding it into her breast pocket. I'll go with the wheel then. I'll go with the wheel then. So, I was gonna do the entire. I don't know if I have enough time to do like the entire background act there, but I was gonna do the entire like the in background or in flashback form, but I don't think that's necessary now that we've established the moon of the tower. Amanda nodded. Amanda nodded, turning her attention to the other woman stuffed in the booth with her. One, a towering, hulking presence in a skin-tight snakeskin suit, her face hidden by the wide brunette, exposing nothing but slate gray hair. The one she'd come to know as the Tower loomed silently over the rest of them, as imposing vertically as Fortune was horizontally. The fourth one was a strange lot. Long, straggly blonde hair and bloodshot red eyes, a fake expression and a lecherous grin. She was the Moon, the resident singer of the Rattlers. The Moon lifted up a small metal box about the size of a pool cue and jammed it against her throat, her voice coming out of the metal box with a natural metallic hiss. "I can't wait to get your debut as one of the Rattlers," the Moon rasped out in monotone metallic whine. "Just remember who the real singing sensation of the Rattlers is." The Tower said nothing. Never did, never had to. The Tower was just there. And it was always bad news. Amanda, intimidated and unsure of herself, and still leagues away from debuting as a VTuber, blindly found the wheel again and took it, sliding into her breast pocket. "Guess I'll go with the wheel then." "What about yours, Fortune?" Fortune smacked her lips and cackled, shoveling another fistful of pancakes down her gullet. "The devil! Pretty fucking metal, don't you think?" Yeah, for someone like Fortune, the devil card would fit far, far better. Way better. The Moon is more about illusions, fake and lies. Well, I won't spoil it. And the little that indicates that we are back to the present. So you were one of the rattlers? No. But I wanted to curry their favor. I tried to get along with all of them. I actually made friends with Moon and a few of the other ones there. I wanted to be someone everyone in Mojave could rely on. But then Devil snapped. Stopped taking my calls. Moon became distant, only coming to me when she wanted something from me. And Tower was just there, hanging out where something bad was about to happen, though I could never explicitly trace anything back to her. Then Devil started showing up at my gigs, getting herself kicked out of places I sang, but then hiring other rattlers to harass me as well. Shitting up place after place after place. They ended up getting stuffed back into the cloverleaf for a while after I became a VTuber, but Moon completely turned her back on me. Tower was still showing up, and to this day Devil keeps doing everything she can to derail what little bit of a career I have going here. That's why I stopped taking singing gigs. Because I don't feel safe, and it wasn't worth it. Not anymore. San Ruby nodded, letting all this sink in. And that desert eagle you carry around, that doesn't afford you any safety? It's not loaded. It's never loaded. It's all blanks. I honestly don't think I'd be able to shoot another living being. I don't know what that'd make me. I don't know what that'd make me. I see. Okay, so I'll go ahead and look this up, Colgate, for my European fans. 125 Fahrenheit is what Celsius? Right now it's 51.6 degrees Celsius out there. 51.6. If any of my European fans want to gauge how hot it is. Fucking Christ. It's the desert, man. It's the fucking desert. Above 40 is considered. Yeah, good thing I'm already fucking dead. Kinda. So we've established now. When I initially established the Rattlers, I thought of them just like generic bad guys, like a whole bunch of suits would fucking out there just to beat the shit out of. Like when Takeen beat up a couple of nameless ones during the Revelation chapter. I didn't actually think about developing a couple of Rattlers as actual characters. So I thought of the Moon and the Tower. Kind of moving on. I'm originally going to do like the military possibly, or the Cult at the Edge of Town being the bad guys. But the Cult at the Edge of Town are victims just like anyone else. The Rattlers are the real bad guys, so getting the Tower on there. Someone say something, there you fucking go. So getting the Moon and the Tower out there. Two types of classic villains. One, the deceitful, lying, two-faced little shit. And the other one being the massive, just kind of fucking murder the shit out of your face. Quiet murder, death, behemoth. Two classic villain. Then, of course, the ringleader, Fortune, aka Devil. Oh, I'm still in Ryan the Festering Heat. So. Grok AI was. I saw that, Darren. The Grok AI was several months out of date. It was several months out of date. It had old information from that one page I hadn't updated in months. No, it was. It was not accurate. It was not accurate about me. I caught the stream and I checked the VOD. It was not accurate about me. Just trust me on this. But you've met some good people here. Not on you. None. Word to motion, none. That's getting annoying. Hey, Dad. Just trust him. I see. The silence hung heavy in the air at the 125 key. Everything was out there in the open, stewing and rotting and festering. I could trim that a little bit. You're not that person anymore, Amanda. These people you've met over this last year, those flavor people outside of Mojave, like Carmelone and Sensoka, they're the ones you need to focus on. Not currying favor with the people who want to seek and hurt and destroy you. People with your best interests in mind. The entertainment industry can be a cold, cruel, and soulless place, trust me. How would you know that? Just trust me on this. Again, hinting to the fact that she used to be the fated starlet that used to own this place. The actual physical McMansion. Well, you've met some good people here. And if they turn out to not be good people, it's not on you. Everyone is going to disappoint you. But I've seen a change in your heart here. How would you know that? Just trust me on this. But you met some good people here. And if they turn out to be not good people, that's not on you. But I've seen a change in you. That's no problem. I use the word but too much. I've seen a change in you since you've started broadcasting outside of Mojave. And if it wasn't good, I would have stepped in sooner. Regardless of what you may think, I still care about you. And now, knowing what you now know about me, about this place, I'd still like to be part of your life. Not as an overlord, as a scientist trying to dissect you, but as a colleague. Ohio, hey Clanker. We're getting towards the end of the story, but don't worry, I always read the story afterwards. I always read the full thing afterwards. I'm really angry. Splatts singers billboards. Splatts singers billboards. I'm really angry at you. Oh my God. Entertainers runs. Yeah, I know. You're seen out in Reno and all that. I have an idea for. I've got 2 more hours to write. I've got another idea for one last capstone of the scene. But no, maybe not. I was thinking of doing a quick scene with Amanda, Takeen, and Alpha. But this scene was just supposed to be about the conversation between them, so I think that might not be necessary. And if it wasn't good, I would have stepped in sooner. Regardless of what you may think, I still care about you. And now, knowing what you know about me now, about this place, I'd still like to be part of your life. Not as an overlord, as a scientist trying to dissect you, but as a colleague. Amanda nodded. I'm really angry at you, but it's not going to change the fact that you've saved my life time and again, including on that night. I'd like to still talk. I'd still like to. This is why I read it over, to make it try to sound natural. I'd still like to talk to you. I'd still like to talk to you. I'd still like to have you on my channel now and again. But things are gonna have to fucking change between us. Alright? Sam Newby chuckled, sliding the porcelain mask back on again. I look forward to you and your friends teaching me about the human condition. Maybe I'll take home a little something to share with the gods, should they ever return here. Yeah, I thought there was going to be another scene with Amanda talking to Keen and Alpha, but I think that can hold off for another story. Like I have that problem, and I've done it on the streams before, where I keep a story going too long, and like this chapter was supposed to be about the conversation with them and the revelations. This is fine. I look forward to you and your friends teaching me about the human condition. Maybe I'll take home a little something to share with the gods, should they ever return here. Amanda nodded, finishing off her fried platter. Sandruby, following suit, stood up, extending her arms for a hug. Amanda nearly those nerves are still just raw. They're fucking raw. She's not ready to forgive her completely yet. Amanda merely nodded, dodging her arms as she picked up her autographed golf bag, sans golf clubs, and made her way back to the clubhouse. One more thing, though, Amanda stated as she faced away from Sandruby. One more thing, though. Amanda stated as she faced away from Sandy. Before Sandy could ask, Amanda spun around, driving the back of her hand directly at Sandy Ruby's skull with a violent backhanded slap, driving her kind of like, I think Chris Jericho used it. The Judas Kiss, I think it was. That really nasty fucking backhand. With a violent backhanded slap, driving her fist right into Sandy Ruby's porcelain mask and shattering it, driving a couple of chunks into the god's face. Remember, Sandy said she could get one slap. It's only good till they get back at the clubhouse. So Amanda was picking her fucking shot. Amanda was picking her fucking shot. Sandy Ruby. Face now, Amanda. Stan Ruby, her face now copying Amanda's again, simply tilted her head. Simply tilted her head to one side and grinned, seemingly unalarmed by the chunks of porcelain jutting out of her face and the blood streaming down them. Perfectly cold shut, as expected of a student of Robert Landau. Yes, I am inserting Neo-Turf Masters into every single thing I do. Get the fuck over it. I'm going to try to insert Neo-Turf Masters into all 7 streams over the next 2 days, including the one that is literally a playthrough of Scotland in Neo-Turf Masters. Get the fuck over it. Like I said, I didn't used to do this. Something I know I have to do. Like, cut into the creepy, sad, depressing, heartbreaking stuff with a little humor. Kind of cut it a little bit. Ease it a little bit. I know. You know, I think that's actually the perfect place to end it. Like, we don't need any fluff afterwards to reset the... Oh, except for one thing. Just another night in the desert. Just another afternoon in the desert. Just another afternoon in the desert. Oh, 6 pages. 6 pages, that's actually real fucking good for 4 hours, considering I yapped so much at the beginning. So I'm going to take a quick BRB, wet my whistle, and then I'm going to do whatever I do at the end of any of my writing streams. I'm going to go ahead and read the whole thing again once over. Maybe. Alright, I'm back. So we're just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna do what I always do. Welcome back, thank you. I'm gonna do what I always do before we go. Because they got 3 more streams today, and I hope the weather holds. I'm gonna do what I like for anyone who comes in later, anyone who wants to catch the VOD, I do this. And I also do it, I also read the whole thing in one go, done fiato. With myself, just to catch any mistakes, I actually caught a continuity error once. So, it helps. So, no more lies. This is no more lies. It had been a time of revelations for Amanda, ones that were nearly too much to bear. In fitting with the eldritch taint that infected the sands of Mojave after the Red Desert War, Amanda could feel her sanity crushing down on her in almost a physical sense. What should have been a burden off her shoulders, finding out the Sand Ruby had no actual power over her, that her soul was hers all along. By the Coyote God's own admission, it's just another stone on her crucible. To say nothing about the flashbacks she'd been having and the constant questions about why she stopped singing, stopped taking gigs, after music had been part of her identity for so long. So when Sand Ruby, the thing wearing her face, offered to have an open and honest conversation, possibly the first one they'd ever had in the 15 or so years they'd known each other, for the first time Amanda didn't feel comfortable going to Sand Ruby's cave. Her cave, surrounded by cultists known as those on the edge of town who mistook her, for their god, as opposed to Mohavre's god, was a place she dragged herself to more than once in search of comfort and safety, asking the one who had been the most abusive to her to save her, as any scalded dog would. But Amanda wasn't a dog or a wolf or a coyote, or any of the things Sand Ruby had said she was before she became Amanda Splatts. Or technically she was all these and more, the damnedest lies had some truth to them. Sandy knew that. She was an amalgamation of the things that had died on that road, channeled through the body of their last victim, an eagle who had been thrown under Truckcoon's wheels by a flock of hungry buzzards, channeled into the body of a 6'6", bony, frail, self-styled desert bitch. And now knowing this and how little power Sand Ruby actually had over her, that cave that opened up to the empty waterways underneath Mojave where the holy water that nourished this land once flowed, seemed all the more oppressive. So Amanda agreed to this meeting under the condition that it be in neutral territory. Neutral territory essentially meaning she didn't trust having Sandy in her motel room anymore. The Mojave County Golf Association, or MCGA, had taken what was once a resplendent McMansion belonging to some long-dead starlet and refurbished it into quite the comfortable clubhouse. In another life, another time, the woman clad in red and white business suit participated in quite the bender here. As a god, she didn't get nearly as fucked up as everyone else around her, but she was able to fake it. As a coyote god studying humanity, faking it was part and parcel of blending in. Now, with Sand Ruby, her very expression hidden by that featureless porcelain mask, walking past the open floors and old wood paneled, well, everything, she realized this place was actually kind of comfy. Well, after you cleared out all the hookers. Just trying to keep the money flowing in the community after all. She was a caring and loving coyote god. Following the instructions given to her by the front desk, Sand Ruby made her way to the rear patio. It was the most surreal sight the coyote god had ever seen in some time. The endless expanses of desert stretching onwards past the horizon, punctuated by vast expanses of astroturf. 36 holes, a driving range, and a putting green, and mini golf for the kiddies. All blatantly bullshit Bermuda green. It was all so deliciously fake. Sandy thought before noticing her charge chugging a half-gallon jug of Arnold Palmer on a bench directly underneath the ceiling fan. Your faithful Amanda Splatts is obviously trying to stay cool as possible in her yellow tank top and black track pants. Sand Ruby, tequila sunrise firmly in hand, slid on the other side of the wooden picnic bench that served as seating under the old cloth overhang. As soon as Amanda, who had been distracted by the actions at the driving range, turned her attention to the coyote god noticed Amanda's expression and went behind her porcelain mask. Dead. Just dead inside. No signature Jean Reno sunglasses, just those dead, jaundiced yellow eyes and a scene. Sandy, for once, started the conversation. So, the clubhouse? Amanda turned her attention back to the driving range. Yeah, I wrote an article for this place in the Mojave Times, Sun Journal Weekly Tribune Discount Shopper. They paid him with a golf club bag signed by Robert Landolt himself. Oh, really? How are the clubs? No clubs, just the bag. Sand Ruby nodded, sliding out her porcelain mask, revealing a face that copies Amanda's exactly, save for bloody red eyes on the face of Amanda's jaundiced yellow ones. It's a face that Amanda had seen time and time again over the last decade and a half. But when the mask came off today, Amanda's dead expression changed to one of revulsion. Seeing her face, and it was her face first, attached to this woman with what Amanda knew now. Sandy picked up on this and slid on the mask again. A few seconds later, slid it back off, revealing the face of an aging starlet. Better? Sandy asked. Amanda blankly nodded. Good. Now I know you have some questions. I know you won't believe my answers. But I'm going to be honest today. And as a peace offering, I'm giving you one free slap. No consequences. Good until we get back into the clubhouse. Capiche? Amanda just nodded, her dead expression returning as she kept her eyes on the driving range, seemingly unable to lock eyes with my knee. What are you? It's a little vague, Amanda. Are you really a coyote god? Getting right to the point, are you? It's 125 degrees today, Sandy. I don't want to spend a lot of fucking time out here. Then why don't we do this inside in the air conditioning? What, I missed out on my free slap? Sand Ruby chuckled in spite of herself. You play Hanafuda, right, Amanda? Think of me like the Rain Man of the gods. Compared to you people, my power is immeasurable and resolute. But compared to the other gods of this place was once saw, well, I guess the proper term is I'm more of an emissary. Partially why they chose me so long ago, to clean up the shitstorm while they skipped down. Amanda nodded, taking another swig of Arnold Palmer. So another half-truth. Not technically bullshit, but Sand Ruby nodded. It's essentially the truth. Compared to you, I'm a god. That's close enough. Then why do the cultists flock to you? Sand Ruby sighed, her worn expression falling. As I said back in the 4th, I'm sick. This place is sick. The war between the Red Desert Army and the military and those things scarred time and space here and infected this once sacred place. Infected every grain of sand covering this place. That's why it's so hard to move from location to location here. Why it's so easy to get lost on the roads. Because they're non-Euclidean. And as the one on the spiritual front lines, it infested me as well. They sense that. Amanda slowly turned her attention back to Sand Ruby. What does that mean for you? I don't know. I'm a fucking god and I don't know. That's what scares me. That's actually a big theme in a lot of Lovecraft's work. There are these horrifying things, and then imagine the things that those horrifying things are scared of. Amanda nodded, turning her eyes back to the driving range as Sand Ruby finished off Tequila Sunrise. Wouldn't the other gods here have some way to fix that? This place wasn't the only thing cut off from the gods back then. The limb was infected. They sawed it off. Simple as. So they left. They took the water with them. Sandra chuckled wryly, leaning back and staring up at the ceiling fan stitched into the patio overhang. Clever girl. Takina's laboring under a false pretense. The water didn't just stop out of nowhere. When the gods abandoned this place, they took it with them. Or at least that's my working theory. And I'd be overjoyed to be proven wrong. So I hope the little water bear keeps chipping away and finds something. Because you and her are two of the only pure things left here. Amanda turned her expression back to San Ruby. Pure? General Bun Bun is sick. Very, very sick. She was right on the front lines. Juliet Romero is sick. He was right there with her towards the end. The Rattlers are sick. They were born of the pain and anguish of this place. The only dinosaurs I found who aren't sick are you, Takine, and that gigantic wall of adamantium flesh with your face stapled to it. Amanda nodded. About that, who is Alpha Splatts? I honestly don't know. I've never seen anything like her before. Couldn't even start to speculate. Amanda nodded, finishing off Ronald Palmer. The silence of the acrid air was punctuated by the whacking of iron and wood against Surling. It felt like an eternity before Sandra spoke again. That's it. That's all you have to ask me? Amanda nodded. You made your motives for lying to me pretty clear in your message on the 4th. I'm still processing that. May I be so bold as to ask you a question then? Why, are you buying lunch? Sandra chuckled in spite of herself and motioned for a couple of menus. The elderly man who handed them off to the two stared at Sandra in horror for the longest time. It took a moment for Sandy to realize she wasn't copying Amanda's face, but the face of the aging starlet who died in this McMansion ages ago, the county claiming it and auctioning it off with the winning bid being put in by the MCGA. The old man, was he around when... Sandra licked her lips and gave a pouty smile. Ready for round 2, cutie? She said, her voice suddenly going up 3 octaves and dripping with a New York accent. The old attendant replied by promptly pissing himself in fear and running for the horizon. Amanda stared at the man in surprise. Sandra picked up the menu response, calmly browsing it. Hey, they have those jalapeno poppers you like. 1 plate of assorted fried entrees and another Arnold Palmer tequila sunrise layer. It was Sandra's turn to ask. Amanda, why did you stop singing? Amanda sighed, burying her face in a fried-filled earrings. Sandy leaned her elbow against the table. Come on. You had to know I was going to ask. Amanda nodded, turning her attention back to San Ruby. Remember there was a period back when we didn't see each other for a couple of years? Right before I started streaming a year ago? Sandy nodded. You never told me what happened out there. Your confidence had gone down the shitter by the time I started leaving those 3 a.m. silent missiles on your channel. Part of the reason I did it, honestly. Yeah, well, I ended up taking some gigs at the Cloverland. The Cloverleaf. Cloverleaf? That rat-infested shithole of a diner with the Rattlers. Shut the fuck up, Sandy. If it's hard enough getting this out without you judging me, especially since you'd be right. The pale, gaunt, thin woman in the black and yellow suit sifted listlessly through the cards in her hands. The Cloverleaf was a small, revolting tourist trap in a place cut off from humanity by eldritch state. Directly across from her in a filthy yellow snakeskin suit, I was a morbidly obese Naga woman with what can only be described as snake-like hair and rivulets of maple syrup streaming down her cheeks. Stay with me, Craig! Fortune Faded belched out for shoveling old panties in her unhinged maw. I can do anything for you. I'll make you promotional artwork. I'll set up singing gigs. Get people to come to your shows. Just don't tell anybody who I am or give me the credit, alright? It'll be my little secret. I don't think of this sound, see. I've got the pull. I've got the stroke. No, I've got servers. I'll just let you ever need you want to borrow something. That little shithole of a Celeron you got. Stay with me, kid. I'll give you the real scoop on what's going down in my offering. Amanda nodded meekly, turning her attention back to the cards in her hand. Mother Tiffy was the mentor to her early on, so Amanda immediately knew what the major arcana were. There are a few missing. I assume they've been pegged. Then why is the wheel here? Aren't you the Wheel of Fortune? Fortune cackled loudly, chunks of sausage and eggs flying everywhere, staining Amanda's suit. You'd say that, wouldn't you? Fortune is my birth name. Tai Chi, actually. But I'm not the wheel. Amanda nodded, turning her attention to the other two women stuffed into the booth with her. One, a towering, hulking presence in a skin-tight snakeskin suit, her face hidden by her wide-brimmed hat and exposing nothing but slate-gray hair. The one she'd come to know as the Tower loomed silently over the rest of them, as imposing vertically as Fortune was horizontally. The fourth one was a strange lot. Long, straggly blonde hair and bloodshot red eyes, a fake expression, lecherous grin. She was the Moon, a resident singer of the Rattlers. The Moon lifted up a small metal box the size of a pool cue and jammed it against her throat, her voice coming out of the metal box with an unnatural metallic hiss. I can't wait to get your debut as one of the Rattlers. The Moon rasped out a monotone metallic whine. Just remember who the real sensations of the Rattlers is. The Tower said nothing. Never did. Never had to. The Tower was always just there, and it was always bad news. Amanda, intimidated and unsure of herself, was 2 leagues away from debuting as a VTuber, blindly found the wheel again, took it sliding into her breast pocket. Guess I'll go with the wheel then. What was yours, Fortune? Fortune smacked lips and cackled, shoving another fistful of pancakes down her gullet. The devil! Pretty fucking metal, don't you think? So you were one of the Rattlers? No, but I tried to curry their favor. I tried to get along with all of them. I actually made friends with Moon and a few of the other ones there. I wanted to be someone everyone in Mojave could rely on. But then Devil snapped. Stopped taking my calls. Moon became distant, only coming to me when she wanted something from me. And Tower was just there, hanging out when something bad was about to happen. Although I could never explicitly trace anything back to her. Then Devil started showing up at my gigs, getting herself kicked out of places I sang, but then hiring other Rattlers to harass me as well. Shitting up the place after place after place. Then I'm getting stuffed back into the cloverleaf for a while after I became a VTuber, but Moon completely turned her back on me. Tower was still showing up, and to this day Devil keeps doing everything she can to derail what little bit of a career I have going here. That's why I stopped taking singing gigs, because I don't feel safe, and it just wasn't worth it. Not anymore. Sandra nodded, letting us all sink in. And that Desert Eagle you carry around, that doesn't afford you any safety? It's not loaded. It's never loaded. It's all blanks. I honestly don't think I'd ever be able to shoot another living being. I don't know what that'd make me. I see. The silence hung heavy in the air. Everything was out there in the open, stewing and rotting in the festering 125-degree heat. You're not that person anymore, Amanda. These people you met over the last year, these FlaVR people outside of Mojave, like Carl Malone and Sensoka, they're the ones you need to focus on. Not currying favor with people who want to seek to hurt and destroy you. People with your best interests in mind. The entertainment industry can be a cold, cruel, and soulless place. Trust me. How would you know that? Just trust me on this. But you met some good people here. And if they turn out not to be good people, that's not on you. I've seen a change in you since you've started broadcasting outside of Mojave. If it wasn't good, I would have stepped in sooner. Regardless of what you may think, I still care about you. And now, knowing what you know about me now, about this place, I'd still like to be part of your life. Not as overlord, as a scientist trying to dissect you, but as a calling. Amanda nodded. I'm really angry at you, but it's not going to change the fact that you saved my life time and again, including on that night. I'd still like to talk to you. Still like to have you on my channel now and again. But things are going to have to fucking change between us, alright? San Ruby chuckled, sliding her porcelain magnets back on again. I look forward to you and your little friends teaching me about the human condition. Maybe I'll take home a little something to share with the gods, should they ever return here. Amanda nodded, finishing off her fried platter. San Ruby, following suit, stood up, extending her arms for a hug. Amanda merely nodded, dodging her arms as she picked up her autographed golf bag, San's golf clubs, and made her way back to the clubhouse. One more thing, though, Amanda said as she faced away from San Ruby. Before Sandy could ask, Amanda spun around, driving the back of her hand directly at San Ruby's skull with a violent backhanded slap, driving a fist into San Ruby's porcelain mask and shattering it, driving a couple of chunks into the god's face. San Ruby, her face now copying Amanda's again, simply tilted to one side and grinned, seemingly unharmed by the chunks of porcelain jutting out of her face and the blood streaming down them. Perfectly called shot, as expected of a student of Robert Landell. You're fucking creepy as shit, you know that, Sandy? I know. Just another afternoon in the desert. So there you go. A lot, like, the revelation of what the water was of what happened to the water and whether Sandy was a god, those are supposed to be two big overarching questions. That's the whole story. But I had the perfect revelation while I was writing of what they really meant, what they should have been. And it just fits so fucking well. But it's still open up for a sequel. Or open up for this, like, next... Like, Amanda's still having problems with the Rattlers. The revelation of, like, Moon and Tower now. There are probably going to be other tarot cards. With Amanda, formerly the Wheel, very briefly. And there's still a question of, even if the gods took the water with them when they left, can they still get the water back? Will the gods come back? How do they purify this land? Can it still be purified? I answered a lot of the questions I was going to hold off on, but still asks a few more questions. I think that's fucking perfect. And it's also the perfect place to end. So thank y'all for coming out, man. Helping me share my fucking soul with these streams. Kirby the Star Warrior and Pikmin Gaming, thank you for stopping by. Sosoka, thank you for stopping by. Dead Mac, thank you for stopping by. Jinx, thank you for stopping by. Doing Fire Pro in a couple hours if you're free, man. I know you usually have to leave right around now or a little bit later than now. Fire Pro's gonna be a little later than you're used to, but it's also gonna be a shorter show. It's only gonna be 12 matches. So, James, thank you for stopping by. Darren, thank you for stopping by. Clanker, thank you for stopping by. All my lurkers, VOD watchers, second screen saints. The celebration rolls on. 10 o'clock, WebP, my Fire Pro Wrestling Federation, New York State of Mind. Main event, Robert Landell challenges Bridget for the World Heavyweight Championship. The finals of the Sextet Synthesis, our version of the G1 Climax, It's G-Man, Cerno, The Undertaker, and Doctor Doom. Also, Match of the Year candidate rematch, Mori and Takamori versus Bar Windfish, and more. 4 p.m., me, Malone, and Joko, Bobanica Summit. And then 10:30 p.m., we're going to fucking Scotland. You may get Robert Landolt on all 4 streams today. I have blessed you thusly. An answer must be found. And I feel we got some answers today. That's a good place for a season finale. I am your faithful Amanda Splatts, and this is the Amanda Splatts Project. Send me a marshmallow for the anniversary stream tomorrow, and I'll see you when I see you. Hopefully I'll see you in a couple hours. If not, y'all have a good day.